All right. What's up, everybody? It is that time of day. Let's get after it. So today I found the spot where I think I'm going to go ahead and try and create this hidden refinery base. Um, I think it's going to work out real good. I think it's going to be real great. I kind of want to try and come up with an interesting way to. Oop. Oh no. I forgot to put on my streamer mode. I turned it off last night so that I could, see what was going on. Everybody knows where I am. Womp womp. Alack and alas. That's okay. Hey, what's up, Taco? Oh, so somebody just mentioned this. I think I think they got a little confused. So somebody was saying yesterday that they thought they saw sockets in the items, or I saw on Reddit that somebody thought they saw sockets in the items. But it looks to me like it's just where the image is supposed to go that shows you like what type of resources you need. So there should be like a green image here in the weapons and in the armors, like this one right here. And for some reason, on some of these uniques, that seems to not be working right. That's interesting. They said they left the inventory and came back. Yeah, now they're all gone. That's funny. I wonder what that's all about. I'm doing fantastic today. I am doing fantastic. We're gonna get out into the deep desert, and I'm gonna try and hide a little base. I actually need to go down here. We're just gonna abandon this one because F it. Not even using that thing down there right now. But I want to go out into the deep desert, and I want to go make a sub thief, and I want to hide a structure under another structure. So kind of like we were doing when we were playing with the guild, where we were trying to set up the superhighway out in the deep desert, where we were just building really basic structures, and then oh, I have a bunch of spice residue. Hey, what's up, Wyatt? How are you? Oh yeah, nice. Good deal. Gravy does some good work. But we're gonna go out, we're gonna put some structures down, and then we're gonna put those structures over the top of the hole, and then we're gonna build stuff in the hole for like refining. We're gonna build ourselves a medium refinery and some water storage. And then I'm probably gonna have to fly the water out there. I think I can bring 400,000 or 500,000 water at a time out there. And then we're gonna refine resources out there, so maybe we can like stay out there longer. I don't really know if it's gonna end up being all that valuable as a solo. Maybe if we can get a Jeep out there, it might be. We'll just have to see. But it's at the very least gonna be fucking interesting. Let's go ahead and enable this, and let's actually go ahead and make ourselves a tier 6 cutter ray. I think that's totally worth. Wyatt, you psycho. Stop talking to yourself. There are literally people here to talk to. You little psycho. All right. So what I want is um want a little bit of this. I feel like something's changed. Maybe not though. So apparently there's a new hack out. Y'all should be careful, Taco, you and Daima. Um, People are apparently able to get into your base in the PvE zone and pretty much just do whatever the hell they want. Um, so yeah, make sure you're careful. You probably want to get like any spice melange or anything like that you have, and actually go bank it in in one of the major cities because apparently people can just come into your base and take your stuff in the PvE zone anytime they want. Right now, I am personally not banking any of my stuff. But that's because I don't actually care. If somebody hacks into my base and steals everything, I'll probably just quit playing. If you have any like special schematics that you haven't eaten yet, or if you have any, like unique weapons that you just aren't currently using but you want to keep, anything like that, you really should just go ahead and bank it because somebody's going to just cheat their way into your base and steal it. All right, let's see here. We want to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Right on the line, all the way up. Right here, I believe. Yep, I think that's it. So we're heading up to about H4 here, and there's a nice little spot. We got rid of our other sub-fief down in Haga Basin. I'm going to need to do something about my Jeep down there, but I'll worry about that later. I should play with Gravy. We were playing together. I am not. Because of the stream, I don't have the bandwidth mentally to play with other people. My focus is on the stream. My focus is on, making progress and, interacting with the people who are watching the stream. And even though primarily right now, that group of people has a very large cross section with people who want to also be playing together, in the future, my hope is that that won't be true. Right now, I have a very limited viewership, and that limited viewership is also people who want to be a part of the group and want to all play together. But eventually, I want that viewership to be, maybe in the hundreds. And so my focus needs to be on developing a type of stream that will encourage viewership outside of a small, um, like guild type community. I don't mind necessarily being in a guild. I don't mind necessarily being able to play with other people, but I can't do that from a position of authority or leadership. And I can't do it on such a small scale that a large portion of my interaction would be with a single individual or a small group of individuals. And the reason I can't do that is because then a large portion of my time and a large portion of my focus will be consumed in ensuring that those other individuals are enjoying the game and having access to all the content that they want and being able to play, instead of that time being focused on the stream and anybody who might be watching the stream and anything like that. So while I would love to make some friends in this game and play this game with other people and do all of that other stuff, I just care more about trying to make the stream good and grow the streaming community and specifically grow the viewership, not use this as a platform to find people to play games with. You know what I mean? I feel like this map is cockeyed. Weird. Kind of looks cockeyed. Oh, what's up, Blighted? We're just on our way out here into the deep desert to go see about setting up a little base action out here. I didn't bring the stuff I need to make a freaking whatchamacallit. Apparently, I can't say words. Playing Hollow Knight. Yeah, I've heard of Hollow Knight before. I've never actually played it, but definitely a good game. Very, very popular. All right. So there's two different locations I'm thinking about putting this little base. That we can put it right here. Right? And we can cover this whole hole right here. Or nice. Good deal. D&D is fun. Not enough materials. That's right. I need to come talk to this thing. Hey. So either I can put this console here and I can start the foundations like up here and stretch it all the way across this hole and build underneath. Or there's another spot that has a slightly deeper but smaller hole where I could try and put things. I only really need to be able to put there we go, here it is. So we could put here, which would be a slightly deeper hole here, and we would start the foundations kind of up there and then bring them down. And this hole would be pretty deep right here. And I could build. What do bits do? Bits are a way to monetize a channel. So you use bits as a way to gift small donations to a streamer. Sometimes they have little things that can be done with them. I don't really do a lot of that stuff because people usually use things like text to speeches and stuff like that as a way to monetize the bits. And so you use a certain amount of bits and then you get to use a text to speech or whatever. But I try and keep that stuff free. So it's really just a donation system. But seriously, Wyatt, at your age, you should not be spending any money on subscriptions to Twitches, on donating to streamers, on stuff like that. Keep your money, buy video games, go out to lunch with your friends at lunch at school, whatever it is, do that stuff with your money. Don't spend your money on buying subscriptions or donating to streamers and stuff like that. That's an absolutely terrible idea. As much as I would be grateful, you should keep your money to specifically buy things that you want at your age. All that stuff is totally about you. Please don't donate to the channel. But this is, like I said, it's going to be a much deeper because the floor would start up here. I don't know if it would actually even work. Yeah, no, that's low enough or high enough that I'd be able to put it there. And then I'd have this whole little space down here. There's a little bit of a spot where you can kind of see in, but I doubt anybody would ever look through there. But looking at that and then looking at the other one, I actually think this other one is probably a better idea. So there's a system in Twitch where you get channel points for watching. You get channel points for watching certain channels, and then those channel points are used for little redeems and stuff in Twitch. Again, I don't really use the rations because I stream on both Twitch and YouTube. I don't want to exclude the YouTube audience from being able to do things in the stream by making them use the Twitch channel point system. And so I tend to not do anything with the channel points because I don't want to exclude anyone. But that's usually what people use them for. Okay, so if we get on here, let's take a look at what we can do. I kind of want, I think this is probably the spot we want here. And then we want to just go around this area. Okay. So insufficient stability. So we can't quite do it all the way at the top there. It looks like we need to drop down a little. So let's try something like this. Nice. Okay. Yeah, see, now we can go around this entire hole. And now I can just go in here and I can put the same tile, right? These ceiling tiles look the same, but they're not the same. And so then under here, we have sort of a whole other area where we can put stuff. I don't want to start a Twitch thing. If you want to start streaming on Twitch, I think that's a great idea. I think streaming is a lot of fun. I think it's a great way to improve your enjoyment of your gaming time. I definitely enjoy playing video games on stream much more than I enjoy playing them off stream. So I think streaming is a great idea. Absolutely. Want to be a builder as a hobby, golf and Twitch. Let's see, medium ore refinery. So I'll need to bring some other stuff out here, but I can definitely drop a medium ore refinery in here. So I could very easily drop a medium ore refinery in here and cook up all my metal down underneath there. So what I want to do right now is I just want to cover this. Right? I don't want anybody to be able to see any of this. So it just looks like a regular ass base. I think this is going to work out great. And then we're going to go ahead and put up walls. Let's put the door right here. I'll put like a whole pentashield and all that normal stuff in a minute. For now, I'm just going to cover this up. And go get myself some power. Do I remember Cam? Yeah, I remember Cam. That's your buddy who uses their parents' YouTube account, what, right? Uh, yeah, I mean, I'll happily listen to your suggestion, Blighted. It's fairly unlikely that I'll do it, but I will certainly listen. All right, let's go see about getting some power real quick. Need to find ourselves a fuel cell node here. When someone posts emote into the chat, can we make it so they just fly around on screen for a little bit? Self enjoyed that in streams. Also, the YouTube people also get to see them rather than seeing Next and Bo still. Good idea, ain't it? So I've considered some of that, but it runs pretty contrary to the vibe of the stream, which is pretty minimalistic. Um, like I don't have a face cam. I try to avoid distracting too much from the gameplay aspect of the stream. That might be the wrong way to go about it. And maybe, the interactability and stuff like that with the stream is more important than the actual gaming. And so that may be something I change in the future. But for now, I'm trying to distract as little as possible from the gameplay and the stream and the experience itself instead of... Yeah, exactly. A lot of times they've got weird HUD stuff that goes around on the outside, and like all that stuff can be cool, but I don't really think it fits my vibe. That's more something I would expect somebody who yells a lot to have on their stream. And I don't yell. Have you seen that dumb sport sperm racing? No, I've not seen sperm racing. I assume it has something to do with dressing in... Oh, my goodness. You're right. I am very much almost dead. I assume it has something to do with dressing in like a spandex body condom. And then running around like a fool. I'm having a really hard time finding fuel cells out here. Let's maybe head back south a little. Maybe we'll be able to find something. No, they get the little sperm cells to race in a petri dish. Oh. Yep, that is definitely worse than I thought. Definitely not something I even remotely care about. I wish to hear anything that you wish to tell me, Blighted. Okay, that's, I think, enough talking about sperm. It is very stupid. It is, in fact, so stupid that I can't believe it actually exists. I weep for the human race. So who's your favorite Hollow Knight character, Blighted? For the love of God, anything else? Favorite character is the last stag. He's the last remaining stag in this world. Stag is a bug that mostly lives in the railways and transports people. But since no one is there anymore due to lore reasons, most died. Only one stands. Yo, it would be so sad to be the last of an entire species of creature. Like, how do you cope with that? Once you gain his trust, he leads you to the stag nesting grounds and you find a freshly spawned egg, meaning there is life for a new stag if he gets a bit happy. Nice. Bodies upon bodies in the nesting ground? I don't even know what that means. It's an interesting design choice, a bearded beetle. It's very happy when you find and open more stageways, stagways, the railroads, because he gets memories from when he was young. Interesting. So he's an old ass bearded beetle. I did not know that Hollow Knight was all about bugs. That's interesting. Right. Let's get in here and trigger the power. I got the power. Boom, 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 boom. All right, so we're going to go ahead and make this 7 long. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 right here. All right, so just one more long. The reason we're making this 7 long is because if it's 7 long, I can park my assault copter in it. And then we want to make the whole thing too high. Hollow Knight is very much about atmosphere and finding beauty and simplicity. I mean, I think that's great. I think you should be able to find beauty and simplicity. So we're going to go all the way around the outside of this, make it all too high, so that when I come back with the stuff I need for my pentashield, I can just drop the pentashield on top of it, and then break the inner stuff. And the reason I'm building it, I'm going to build it really, really open concept. I don't mind if you DM me. As long as you're not going to DM me something really weird. As long as it, like, pertains to video games or the stream or something like that. I do appreciate you asking, though. It was very polite. I like that he's got little couches on his back. It's hilarious. All right. Let's fly ourselves home. And then we'll pick up everything we need to make a pentashield. We'll pick up everything we need to make a medium refinery. We'll pick up everything we need for some water cisterns so that I can actually craft. I'm going to need some water. And then I don't think I'm going to try and put... I don't think I'm going to try and put like a bunch of power and a bunch of water gathering stuff. I think I'm mostly just going to try... And I'm going to try and like bring the water out here on my own. I don't know how effective that will be. It might not be super effective, but we'll see. It's the most ridiculous run animation I've ever seen in my life. That dude's pretty awesome. I like him too. Oh, I don't want to go home. Yeah, have fun, Blighted. Enjoy your time in Hollow Knight. So, a big part of what I'm doing here is way out where I'm at. There's a lot of stravidium, there's a lot of titanium, there's a lot of all those resources. And so, one of the most difficult things about resource farming and stuff out in the deep desert is that every single time you come out for a pack of resources, you have to fly all the way out and all the way back. And so it makes every inventory full of raw resources take an extra 15 to 20 minutes just in flight time. And so because of that, what I can accomplish in, say an hour might actually take me 3 hours. So it's significantly increasing the amount of time I have to spend in the deep desert just trying to gather. And so I'm building the structures the way I am, and I'm putting them underneath that ceiling the way that I am, because, or underneath the structure the way that I am, because I want to be able to come out here, preferably with a buggy, right? I'm going to bring a buggy out here. I'm going to assemble the buggy. I'm going to go drive around and I'm going to gather a bunch of stuff. And then I'm going to put it in some chests and then I'm going to cook it over time out here while, maybe I'm gathering up some spice or doing whatever. And then I can just kind of fire and forget. And so I did a bunch of math and I need, in order to run one medium, one medium ore refinery all day on plastanium, which would give me about 4,000 plastanium. I would need 25,000 titanium ore and about half that in stravidium mass. And then I would need 5.8 million water. So I'm not going to be able to run this thing all day. But I figure if I can get enough water being made at my base, because I can bring about 500,000 water out there at a time. So I could easily make 4 trips with water, and that would give me 8 hours of running my base, and I could do it kind of in stages, right? I could bring enough water out there on the first trip to get everything started, to run for maybe a couple of hours. And then I could go ahead and, when I'm bringing spice back to the main base or whatever, I could stop off and get a bunch more water. I don't know exactly how well it's going to work. This could potentially blow up in my big dumb face. I'm not 100%. It might be necessary to find a way to get water generation going on out in the deep desert instead of trying to do it here. But if I do that, then I have to be able to...
Wyatt Herried 123 says Leg VUM.
Okay, what? What you said. Absolutely. So anyway, so I don't know if we're going to be able to... I don't know if we're going to be able to do the water thing. We may have to find a way to get the water out there. If we do have to find a way to get the water out there to generate on its own, then we'll probably have to use death stills. So, let's see, 5.8 million water divided by 50,000 is 20. It's a little over 100. So I'd probably have to use, well, it's actually 45,000. So I'd probably have to run a death still about 150 times a day to run. Kitty did that? Oh, okay. I assume he stepped on your keyboard while you were trying to type a text to speech, because it'd be pretty impressive if your cat stepped on your keyboard and accidentally typed exclamation point TTS. Got it. So 120, well, it's actually closer to 140 probably, runs of an advanced death still will give me the 5.8 million water I need. So we really have to sort of balance ourselves there because I don't want to be building tons and tons of death stills. A, I don't have the space, but also the more death stills you have, the more water storage you need because um, you can't run the death stills unless you have enough water storage there. Is your cat's name Merle? That's pretty funny. And so, if for example, say, so I need 140, say, 140 activations to get that 5.8 million water, which means I'd have to get 140 bodies. But that's honestly not nearly as bad as it might seem. I can get, what, 15 bodies in here? Not quite, because I would run out of space. But I can get quite a few bodies in here. Used to have a lot of cats growing up when I was a kid. I am unfortunately now deathly allergic to cats and dogs and horses. Basically every creature on Earth. Okay. Let's go in here. Let's put this stuff away. Let's demolish this pentashield. Let's place half the resources in here. Split. Split. We only need half the resources because in the deep desert it only requires half resources. Go ahead and remake this. Hopefully that took the resources, yep, right out of my inventory. Fantastic. Then we're going to make a refinery. We want one medium ore refinery. So again, we're just going to make the ore refinery. And then we'll demolish it. That'll give us all the resources. Nope. Except it didn't. So we need 125. So 25, 30, and then 80 something. 60 something. 63. We'll just make it 70 just for a nice even number. So we need 30 of these. We need 70 of these. The rest of this can go right back in a container. Get a few bodies in here sounds not so good. It's actually pretty funny. You know, sometimes you got to do what you got to do, man. Sometimes you got to pack bodies into your ornithopter and carry them out into the deep desert so that you can turn them into water. That's just the way that works. Okay. So we have everything we need for we have everything we need for, I'm going to need to get a bunch of more steel is going to be a problem here. These are slightly bigger than a single wall. Wow, that's fucking stupid. So we're going to need to use these. So I'm going to have to get more steel for this. But what we're going to need is every one of these is 25k water. I want to be able to hold 500k at a time. So that means I need 20 of these. And I can fit I can fit maybe 6 in a square. So I would need 3 or 4 whole squares to fit 20 of these down in there. And I'm going to need 30 times 20. I'm going to need 600 steel ingots. And 300 silicone. So I definitely need to go get some more iron to make more steel. I'm not going to take my Jeep to do that. I'm just going to go cut array it with the Mark 6 cut array and my larger thing here. Then we're also going to go ahead and make myself a storage box. And this storage box is only going to have the stuff that I need in it from my ornithopter. So this can all go in there. And then all these things can go right in here. Fantastic. So we'll just remember to take all that stuff out. Now let's go see about getting some iron. I actually probably have enough steel, enough carbon to make all of those things. And so what we're going to do is we're going to make a bunch of water cisterns that don't require power. We're going to make our medium refinery, which may or may not require power. If it requires additional power, then we're going to have to go ahead and put that power down below as well. So we're really starting to fill up our space here. But that's okay. Filling up the space is fine. But we're going to have to make sure that we pay attention to where things are placed so that we can get in and out. And we're going to have to pay attention to the people around us as well. But I am incredibly excited to be making this little base out there. I think it's going to be a shitload of fun. There should actually be iron, like right around here. Hopefully, get a bunch here. 185 per, nice. We ought to be able to get a good amount of iron this way then. It's not nearly as good as it would be if I was using the cut array off the buggy. But it's so much faster to bring my freaking ornithopter out here that it's just worth it. We'll try and load up the entire thing. I do periodically need some steel and stuff, so I do want to go ahead and get a lot of this. But that way in the future, if I need some steel or I need some iron or anything like that, we can just snag it up. Your profile is cute now? Nice. Alright, dude. Knock it off. How do you go live? So there's a couple of different things that you'll need to do. You need to get some sort of a streaming software. There is streaming software available directly through Twitch. A lot of people use a program called OBS Studio. Or there's also a version of OBS Studio called Streamlabs OBS that was sort of specifically designed for streaming that you may also use, that you could get some value out of. It has some sort of special stuff that's a little easier to utilize than it would be if you were trying to implement it on your own, like multi-streaming and stuff like that. I personally just use regular OBS. Twitch itself, if you go to your creator dashboard on Twitch, which should be up in your top right corner, press your little name icon, or not your name icon, but your little character icon in the top right corner, and that'll bring you to a drop-down menu. You go to your creator dashboard, and that creator dashboard has a lot of information as well as all of your analytics and all of that stuff. So if you go down towards the bottom of that list, there's, I think, a section called apps. And if you go to that section called apps, then it'll give you links and stuff to some of the different streaming softwares that work best with Twitch. And then once you do that, you set up your scene. And the way you do that is you decide on what parts of your computer you want the stream to be recording and sending out. So you'll set up a scene that's got like your game. If you have a face cam, you'll add your face cam to the stream, and you'll do all that stuff, and you'll rearrange it on the screen so you can see how the layout's going to look. And then there will be a button on there that just says start streaming, and you just take it live, and you're good to go. There is quite a bit of prep work. You probably should spend, most of your first 2 or 3 days learning how OBS works and setting up your scene and stuff like that. But don't take too long. If you decide you want to stream, or if you have decided you want to stream, then, spend a couple of days learning how to work with OBS, and then just go live. Don't do like I did. I spent years thinking about it, never actually did it. And all that time that I spent thinking about it could have been time that I could have been learning, like how to do it and, how to interact with the community and all that stuff. And now it just kind of feels like I wasted a bunch of time. So, take the time that you need to learn how the programs work, and then just fucking hit the button, because you're going to suck the first time. So you might as well get the sucking out of the way. You'll find, there's a lot of work to do on your audio. There's a lot of work to do on a bunch of that stuff, but it doesn't really matter for the first one, right? There's only going to be a couple of people who watch your first stream. And so if your audio sounds terrible, it doesn't really matter. If your scene is a little janky, it doesn't really matter. If you don't get everything, if you don't get the bit rate right on your stream, it doesn't really matter. You've got a good month of streaming before you really start to catch enough traction where you're going to be looking to try and like maintain viewers. So, just fuck it up for a while. I would definitely, though, I don't mind answering your questions, and I don't mind trying to help you learn. That's perfectly fine. But my ability to teach you here on stream is significantly less than like a dedicated YouTube video's ability to teach you. So I would definitely go and seek out some YouTube tutorials on setting up your OBS and all of that stuff. Because me just sitting here talking you through it when I'm not directly looking at, the menus and stuff like that is not nearly as effective as watching somebody else do it on camera. Okay, now we're just waiting on the iron. How long does the iron take? 7.5 seconds, 8 seconds. Okay. And then we want to turn this off probably. Come over here to this one. And I probably want to make a bunch more deciliter johns. Looks like I need aluminum ingots for that. I need a bunch of deciliter johns to be able to transfer water. All right, what do we got going on here? We should be just about done here. We got 4 hours before this is over. I have 19 of these, and I have 8. So I can put 2 of these in each one. Wait, why does that say 4 hours? Okay, I get it now. So if they already have 1 in them, they only get 2. But if they don't have any, then they're going to get 3. And these last 3 should get 3, I think. 3. 3. Perfect. Perfect. Now I should probably go ahead and go on an aluminum run. I don't actually guess I need to break this out to go down there. Let's go do a quick little fatty aluminum run. We'll get enough aluminum to make all the deciliter johns we need. We'll get some more of those fibers, the insulated fibers or insulated fabrics. And so I need to make, let's see, 15, because I can only put 15 things in the assault orny. So I actually can't take nearly as much water out there as I thought. So that's only 150K per trip. Plus I can get another 80. So I can only do about 200K per trip. So let's think about a third of 5.8. Is, let's see, 3 goes in there one time. Then you add 2, 3 goes into 28. 8 times, 9 times. So 1.9 million water is 8 hours. Call it 2 million water. So if I can only bring 200K, worth of water with me every time. So really what I need is I need the big ones, because it's not a question of weight, it's a question of space. Because they only take, goodness, the deciliter johns are only 15 weight. So I would only be bringing 225 weight with me if I filled up an assault chopper or an assault thopter. And if I bring the big 20K liter johns, they're only 25 weight apiece. So 15 times 25 is almost 400, 375. So that's not anywhere near the actual maximum weight. So I could double what I could take. So I could get 300K plus whatever I can personally carry. So pretty close to 400K. Oh no, sorry, they take... Yeah, I could get pretty close to 400K out there at a time. And then that would mean 5 trips with the big. And that would mean I need like 20. Yeah, I would need 20 of the biggest liter johns. Which is a little crazy. Can I drive this thing in here? Nope. That is unfortunate. I probably could have kept looking to try. My scrap hull actually kind of held its own in there. There's like an ice cream truck or some shit outside of my house. And I'm gonna lose my shit. Never mind, can't do it. Why is that? Need Google account. I have like 50. My mom won't make another one. Do you need a Google account? I know I need a Google account for YouTube when I monetize there, but I don't think I needed a Google account for my Twitch. Oh, for OBS. There are other programs that you can use to set up the stream. Twitch has... Yeah, let me go look real quick. Twitch has like their own proprietary streamer thing, I think. Streamer software. Oh, let's go see here. Creator dashboard. I mean, if your parents aren't actively stopping you from streaming and are only actively stopping you from creating the Google account, then I wouldn't let that stop you. Oh, okay, the Twitch app is just for mobile streaming. But yeah, I mean, you don't have to use OBS. There's, you've got OBS, you've got Streamlabs OBS, which may or may not require a Google account. There's Talk Studio, there's XSplit Broadcaster, there's Gamecaster, there's Prism Live. There's a ton of applications in here that you could look at using. Maybe not, but you could start growing an audience. And that is arguably the most important and most difficult part of the entire thing. I mean, I'm not like trying to pressure you into streaming or something. I'm just giving you information because I want you to make an informed decision. If it's something you really want to do and you're letting things get in the way of doing something that you really want, then, you know, let's find a workaround. Let's find some way to get those obstacles out of the way. Now, if the obstacles are your parents, obviously I won't get in the way of that. But if the obstacles are something simple like, you know, finding the right broadcasting software or, you know, the fact that you can't monetize, there are definitely ways that we can circumvent that. and not circumvent the monetization thing, but also the monetization thing just isn't as important. Because, growing your community and doing all that stuff, talking to all those people, learning how to stream, all of those things come long before monetization. I mean, my monetization doesn't even really have an impact on my life right now. I make, $50 or $60 every couple of months off of my Twitch. So, and this is something I've been doing for a year. So, even if you were able to monetize, it would have no noticeable impact until at least, maybe a year, maybe 2 years down the road. So, depending on when you're going to be of age to be able to monetize, that might not even really have an impact. On TikTok, I just don't have time. I'm not good at being repetitive. I mean, it's a skill, just like any other. It's nobody starts streaming when they've had no other experience having to talk for extended periods of time and is just good at it. I don't care how charismatic you are in real life. I don't care any of that stuff. Being able to talk to nobody is a skill, and you have to learn that skill. I learned that skill primarily through all of my first jobs when I was a kid. When I was 15, my first job was telephone surveys. And there's a ton of, talking, convincing. A lot of times people will just sit there silently listening to you and you can't hang up on them. So, you're trying to riff, you're trying to come up with stuff to say to try and convince them to answer the survey. Then I was a telemarketer for a couple of years. So I've just had a lot of experience talking in settings where I was the primary driver of conversation and trying to lead conversations in certain directions and stuff like that. And then I've been an actor since I was 10 years old. So I have a significant amount of experience with public speaking, which made that part of streaming much easier for me than a lot of other people. What I don't have is experience with art. I don't have any experience with video editing. I don't have any experience with, a lot of other skills that are required to be successful as a content creator and streamer. And so I've been having to learn those skills and really struggling with those skills. But if I let that stop me, right? If I say, oh, well, I'm not good at those things, and so I don't try and learn anything, I don't try and make the mistakes, I don't put out, garbage videos that everybody thinks are stupid until I figure out how to put out good videos, then, I never learn that skill. Skills are earned through failure. And so, I mean, I wouldn't expect you to be able to just talk and talk and talk and talk and talk for hours on your first stream. Right? Like I said, your first stream is going to suck. You're going to be really, really demoralized by your first stream. You're not going to like the way your voice sounds. You're going to notice a bunch of dead spots in your stream. You're going to notice that maybe your gameplay isn't as good as you thought it was. You're going to notice just tons and tons and tons of issues with your first few streams. And it's going to make you feel like, how do these people put out such good streams? But it's because they all started in the same spot, right? Every single person, if you go look at like Shroud's very first stream, I'm sure it was absolute ass. Right? Go look at Ninja's very first stream. I'm sure it was absolute ass. And now those dudes are making, a couple $1 million a year. It's not about where you start, it's about where you finish. It's about the progress you make along the way. I think probably the hardest thing about streaming is that it's entirely self-motivated. There's no um, there's no outside force there that's going to make you stream. You know, if you get a regular job, you go to work, you've got a manager. Yo, what's up, Detestion? How's Mecha Break been going? You still playing that at all? Detestion. That's going all right. We can draw on the screen now. Isn't that dope? I think that's dope. Yeah, it seems like the general consensus about that game is that it's super cool and its monetization system is super shit. Already bought the female character. That's funny. What a freaking nerd. Isn't that character like $50 or some crazy shit like that though? I didn't just crash into a bunch of walls, you just crashed into a bunch of walls. What do you think of my airport? Like $5 to get, so you put. Got it. Yeah, I'm not sure why I made such a huge airport since I'm playing by myself, but whatever. It's cool. I dig it. Now I gotta transport all my resources up there. Oh, right. I don't have a console here anymore. Well, Dookie. Okay, well, this is gonna be fun. I don't think I'm muted. Did you not hear me? Hello? I think you're muted. No end game sound. Well, what the hell? My OBS says that there's in-game sound. Yeah, that was the opposite of entertaining. Refresh, can hear in game, just quiet. Okay. Yeah, so because the game has like guns and stuff in it, and lots of shooting, a lot of the other in-game sounds kind of get reduced because I'm trying not to blow people's ears out every time I get in the freaking helicopter. Pip, what's going on? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. How are you? Yeah, dude. That game had more audio customizations than most games have video customizations. Was insane. I could have spent an hour just looking at the audio. I'm pretty sure there is game audio, Pip. I think it's just really quiet because I'm trying not to blow out people's ears. We could do some work on it though if we need to. If we want to balance out some levels or something. Let's see. Let's go in here. Let's look at settings. Let's go to audio. So I've got the master volume down. So let's go back up on the master volume. And that'll get the music volume and stuff up. And then we can take the sound effects down a little bit. We'll take the dialogue volume down a little bit. We'll take the cutscene volume down a little bit. There is no radio. Voice chat is off. There we go. Now we should have a higher ambient noise level without stuff like activating or shooting guns or activating the thing here blowing out. Go check my OBS, see how loud that is. Okay, yeah, no, that's fine.
Wyatt Harriet 123 says BHDJHCDHVDSVBHLTCBJ Bardi LVDVJKDJVKDVJKJib Stab.
I want to thank you for that, Wyatt. Really, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for the random letters. All right, let's see. We've got iron going. Let's hit some aluminum here. Then let's get some steel going. Still no game sound. My OBS says there is game sound. What if I crank the OBS up? Can you hear the game sound now? Okay, well, I'm turning it way back down. I very much prefer for my voice audio to be significantly louder than the in-game audio, because if I'm talking in the middle of a gunfight, I want y'all to be able to hear me. Let's see. We're going to get some aluminum, so we're going to make some decaliter johns. I need to get some more level. Oh, nope. Got some points right here. Let's actually go ahead and unlock the Mark 6 liter john. And let's see what we can do about maybe making some of those as well. Because technically we want those before we want the decaliter johns. Let's see, what do we need? We need more plastanium, alright. That's really what we're after today. It is going to be 31 spice melange for each. Oh my god. That's actually kind of insane. 31 spice melange for each of these 20k liter johns. But I definitely need that. But we are definitely going to need more decaliter johns first. Let's go to... disable that. And let's go to enable that. And then let's take a look again at what it's going to take us to make all the structures I want to make. So we need 20 of these to hold 500,000. Right? And the decaliter, or the dodecaliter johns, I can get 400,000. So I need 20 of these. No, it's 24 400,000. No, it's 16. Right? So 30 times 16. 30 times 16 equals 480. So I need 480 steel ingots. And then 15 times 16 equals 240. So I need 240 silicone, which I have. So let's go in here. Let's make some more steel. Really just waiting on iron. Good job, Wyatt. Glad you can do math. I cannot do math, so I use a calculator. I have 236. Call it 240, so I need 240 more in the cook. We should be pretty close here. Yeah, we're good. So now we don't need any more iron right away. So we go over here, we bump that up, and we start making aluminum. The aluminum's going to take a while. But all we need is to make 8 of these, right? Because making 8 and breaking them down and taking the resources and putting them, darn, in my vehicle should give me enough to make 16, because it's half as expensive out in the deep desert. Oh, you got what? I mean, that's just not true. Cats can't talk, brother. I think I'm missing something here. I should have one more steel ingot. What is going on? All right, let's make. What do I need? More aluminum. Okay. Got plenty of micro sandwiches. Gonna need some more insulated fabrics, so we should probably just go take care of some of that. How many liter johns do I have now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need 15 to go in my ornithopter plus, say, 8 on me, so I need 23. I have 7, I need 14, 15, 16 more. That's, very enlightening. Thank you, Merle. I don't know how I've gotten through my life without the incredible wisdom of a cat. Whoops, too far. Yeah, Wyatt, I hate to burst your bubble, but if there's a cat out there smart enough to type, it's probably smarter than you and is not going to end up being your servant. You're probably going to end up being its servant. Really? I got one insulated fabric? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, I know there's a bunch more of these same kind of base things that all give fabric that I need. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, Wyatt, but your cat is a terrible typist. Mendex shithole. That's what this POI is called. It's called Mendex shithole. That's hilarious. All right, shithead. Don't you try and blow me up. Completely unacceptable. Anything interesting back here? No? Just an extremely dark corner? Got it. Do you? Well, now you don't see shit. How about I kill you instead? I think your computer is being dookie again, Wyatt. Oh, nice. They gave me a deciliter, John. Just a free one. That's fantastic. Thanks, game. Ooh. Secret treasure. Yeah. Ooh, and that guy's got 10 more. What's up, dude? So I need 15 more. I needed 23. I have 7. So I needed 16. Then I picked one up. Now I need 15. I had enough to make 6. Now I have enough to make 6 more, so that's 12. So I need to get 15 more insulated fabrics. $15 or $18 or something like that. Okay. That's enough killing the hermit. This is all very unnecessary. You would all just die quietly. And I could come in here, steal your insulated fabrics, and everything would be fine. Okay. I am most definitely not muted. Without question, unequivocally, not muted.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Alright. Doesn't look like there's any fabrics down here, so let's go back up. Please, get off the wall.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Okay. Apparently my suspensor belt broke. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, Wyatt.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Definitely seems to be something that's wrong specifically for you, though. Which means there's unlikely anything I can do about it. There's a sniper shooting at me from somewhere. This is fun. Let me tell you. Jackass. I feel shocked that that was what was wrong. I feel really, really shocked. Okay, now I am extraordinarily frustrated. At least I think I got everything that I needed as far as resources are concerned, so I can get the hell out of here, go back to my base, start crafting up the things, so that I can start doing this stuff out in the deep desert. What badge is Dookie? I don't see them. On the chat that I'm using. I don't see any badges. You have no idea what you're talking about. Oops. All right, we made it back. Holy snaggies, that was rough. We got ourselves lots of deciliter Johns now. We got ourselves lots of resources to make lots of deciliter Johns now. So we're really just waiting on the aluminum. I think it said I had enough to make 500 aluminum. Was that correct? We got another 450 going here. So that'll give us another, what, it's 30 per, so that's 3 times 4 is 12. It would be pretty close. Let's go grab some of our leader Johns here. Make sure they're repaired enough. They don't need to be all the way repaired, but like that one could use a repair. Top that one off. That one can go in there. It is going to take a few hours to get all these deciliter Johns. Because it does take, you only get 180 aluminum per hour. So that's only, what, 6 deciliter Johns an hour? It's going to take a couple of hours. We'll put some of this stuff away real quick. And while we wait for a little of this stuff here, let's see. I don't need that. Don't need that. Let's see, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We need 23, so we need 14 more. So we got about 2 hours of aluminum that needs to cook, which is fine. But while we wait on some of that, I think I want to go ahead and get something to eat. So I'm going to go get a little food real quick. I'll use the restroom, do all that stuff. And then we'll get back into it, and we will try and get this base kind of operating today. And try it out a little bit. I definitely want to see about getting the buggy cut array, the tier 2 or the tier 6, so that we can take our buggy out there and go gather up some resources with the buggy. That'll be, oops, wrong way. Should have just stayed down here. Let's see what we're missing for the buggy cut array. It's probably plastanium. We'll need to get back out there with the regular cut array to get all that. Let's see. Yeah, just plastanium. Have everything else we need. It is a lot of spice, but it's probably the most important thing. We should also probably make a duraluminum buggy, like the chassis and all that stuff. Maybe we'll take a look at that real quick. We have... Okay, for some reason... Oh, we don't have the Mark V unlocked. Okay. I need 45 to unlock. Okay. Well, we'll probably see about trying to pass another level quick then. And do that. But yeah, let's go get some food, use the restroom real quick. We'll see about some of the rest of this stuff when we come back. Yo, what's up, Lycan? Sorry, I was giving myself a little something to eat real quick. How are you today? Want to give me some of that delicious peanut butter and jelly taco action. Gross. Work sucks. Work is the only four-letter word that I think is actually insulting. Oh, to be a teenager again. There are so many things I would slap younger me about. In fact, I think probably all the things. I don't know that there are things that I wouldn't slap younger me about. I was a fucking idiot. Let's see, I need to make 4 more of these. 2, 3, 4. Then we demolish them, take them over here. Put that stuff in our assault ornithopter. I actually think I need to get another steel because one of my steel seems to be missing. We'll see here. 480, 240, that's right. I need one steel though for my penta shield. Let's just go ahead and take all this steel, just in case something wonky happens and I need a couple extra. Oh, nope, I'm stupid. I transferred that from that other storage to this storage, because for some reason I thought this storage went to my assault copter, but it doesn't. This storage system confuses the crap out of me sometimes, and then I end up doing dumb shit like that. All right. So we're not going to get a ton more deciliter Johns right this moment, but we do have enough to get like 100K worth of water out there. Almost 100K. 90K. So let's fill these deciliter Johns up. I really can't wait until they give us an extract all and a deposit all function. I am seriously losing my mind over having to click this button. For every 100,000 water, it's 800 clicks. Apparently there's a way to make stuff and it go directly into a storage container. Yeah. Yeah, you can. My... no, unfortunately it does not hold what my storage containers do that automatically. So this one is input circuit 3, and all of my refineries output to circuit 3, and then they're all full. All of their inventory spots are full. So they automatically output. I put a single welding wire in each inventory slot for each of my refineries. Okay, I think that's everything. To make the pentashield, to make the refinery, to make all of it. We probably want a little bit of... No, we have enough power out there too. Yeah, so I think we're just good. We got to get another 60-something steel ingots. 63. Because I didn't realize that the refinery also took steel. So I guess I have one of two options. I can wait for 60 iron and 60 steel to cook. Or I can delete this ore refinery and take half of its stuff. Which probably is what I'm going to do. And then we'll just let all that iron cook down. We'll do all that. And then we'll be good. We'll put all this steel in the assault ornithopter. I already have all of the cobalt paste and complex machinery I need. So all I'm going to need is the extra steel here in order to make that refinery back, which I should get relatively soon, so I'm not terribly worried about. So let's fucking rock and roll here. I am very excited to try out my little base. Like, so excited to try out my little base. Oh, you know what I didn't bring was the stuff I needed to make a chem bench for this Dravidium. Whoops. I fucked up. Negative. You cannot get bits with rations. The rations for this channel are basically useless. And they're pretty much going to continue to stay useless. Because I don't want to do anything to the channel that can't be interacted with by both communities. By both the YouTube and the Twitch viewers. I wasn't kidding, Wyatt. Keep your money. There is zero reason for somebody of your age to be attempting to donate to a Twitch stream. I really appreciate the thought, but it is an absolute waste of your money. Go buy a video game, go buy a candy bar, get you a soda at lunch. Don't spend your money on Twitch streams. You get literally zero value from it. Even if it was a creator who wasn't like me, who like had a bunch of emotes and stuff for subscribers, or made their text to speech behind some sort of a dollar paywall or something. even then, it wouldn't have any value because it's just pixels. It's not even really interactive pixels like a video game. Okay. It is a long flight out here, so this is what you're saving, though. Right? If you find a way to actually do your refining out here in the deep desert, then what you're saving is all of those trips. Right? Every single one of these 15-minute back and forths. Those people don't even have an escort. They're just flying around with a carrier thopter and a fucking spice crawler like nothing matters. One of these days, I'm gonna kill those people and take their spice. When I finally get myself to where I have a tier 6 missile launcher, I'm gonna mess those dudes up. Flying around thinking they're all safe. How ridiculous. How ridiculous. I am going to continue to stay unaligned for the factions too. At least for now. I think I want to be able to kill everyone. Oh my gosh, this is such a long trip. Yeah. We definitely need to be able to refine out here. And instead of bringing, I brought 90k with me this time. I can bring maybe 200k with me with a full load. Once I get the full load of dodecaliter Johns, then I'll be able to come out here with about 400k. It takes about 2 mils, so about 5 trips to bring enough water out here to run a single refinery on Plastanium for 8 hours, which is silly. But if I wanted 2 mil, I would need 20 runs of a death still. Is that right? No, I'd need 40 runs of a death still, which would mean lugging 40 bodies out here or getting 40 bodies out here somehow, like killing or whatever. So I don't really think that's a viable potential solution. All right. Let's get in here and demo the parts of this that don't do anything. And then we'll get in here. Why do I have this? Take out some of that, some of that, some of that. Get ourselves a pentashield covering here. Okay, game. Thank you. Oops, think I was muted. Doing good, Blighted. How are you? So this is designed specifically to make it look like somewhere that I'm going to hide if I'm being attacked. But these center 4 squares right here are just ceiling tiles. And they lead down into a lower level. that has a very different purpose. Now, I didn't actually pick up any of the stuff here, so... Oh, nice. Congratulations to them. Ooh, I almost didn't get that put back up in time. That person was coming over the horizon. I had a big old hole in my base. Ruh-roh. Anyway. Let's take out some of this stuff. Yeah, you're more than happy to drop your friend's channel's name in the chat, Blighted. I don't care. Let's get that and that out. Whoops. Build some cisterns. I want to be able to get 16 of these in here, but I don't actually think I'm going to be able to. I think this area might just be a little too small. Rip Warlock. That's hilarious. Let's actually go in here. Let's try and put our medium refinery down. Okay, that should be a good place for the medium refinery. And then we'll keep putting up these. Is it their 1-year affiliate anniversary, or have they been streaming an affiliate for a couple of years? Also, I think I want to demolish that and just build a regular wall in its place. And then I'll need to pick up this. First year you were there when he got affiliate? Nice. Good deal. It's good of you to be supportive on his anniversary. My anniversary is 4 days before my birthday, or 3 days before my birthday. So I'm gonna do like a whole thing. Pretty excited about it. Affiliate is a person who has at least 50 followers and 3 average concurrent viewers on Twitch. It's the first tier of being able to monetize a Twitch channel. It's what I am. But it's kind of a big deal because it's really kind of difficult. Even I haven't been able to maintain the entire time I've been streaming 3 concurrent viewers all the time. It dips down sometimes. So it's pretty difficult to get affiliate to start with. And then if for like 3 consecutive months or something like that, you don't have enough viewership, you can actually lose it as well. Okay, I don't think I'm going to be able to get nearly as much water as I want down in here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I'm 6 short on how many water cisterns I wanted to get into here. Because this area is just a little too small. Oh, I think I was talking to myself again. Affiliate is a pretty big deal for smaller streamers. It's our first monetization goal. It kind of lets you know, like, you're moving in the right direction. You know, the things that you're doing are actually having a positive impact. I just turned off all my power. Let's go ahead and disable that. And it looks like I need to make one more power. Hopefully I have a little bit of scrap metal in my storage here. I don't. We just need to go get a little scrap. Is that what your buddy's at right now? Is 12? That's really good. That's real good. For only having been affiliate for 1 year, that's like, how? Oh yeah, no, I feel fine about the way my channel's growing and stuff like that. Feel totally fine. Yeah, see, there's the really big difference is I don't work outside of Twitch. I really should be making more faster progress than this, but that's okay. We'll get there. I mean, that's good though. Because you gotta have friends. I sometimes get a little boost from family members. I think my older brother pretty consistently leaves the stream on, and every now and then my little brother's in here, and sometimes my parents will stop by. Can you say hi to my? I mean, if they're here. I don't actually know if they're here or not. They don't usually talk. They usually, actually, I don't even think they usually listen. I think they just usually have it pulled up and muted. They've had to listen to my yappy ass for their entire lives. I seriously doubt they give a hell what I have to say about some random video game they don't even play. Yeah, I'm the middle one. 100%. Middle is the best. Yeah. Yeah, my little brother's the coffee guru. Well, that's rude. Put you in a folding couch. What a butt face. I didn't get to pick on my little brother for very long because my little brother was able to kick my ass from a pretty early age. So I got to pick on my brother for like 6 or 7 years. And then one day he finally kind of got fed up with it. And I was picking on him, and he grabbed me and spun around and flipped me over his shoulder. And I landed on my back with the wind knocked out of me. So I stopped picking on my brother. At least physically. Psychological torture. Totally still got to do that. But, wasn't able to pick on him physically anymore. No, I would never give up. I mean, what's the point of being somebody's older brother if you don't get to psychologically torture them for most of their formative years? That's pretty funny. Yeah, me and my brothers are all actually super close in age. We're all only 2 years apart, so there's only 4 years between us. We were all actually in high school at the same time. When my oldest brother was a senior, I was a sophomore, my little brother was a freshman. And my mom was the theater teacher. All four of us, same high school, same time. So this might give the game away. I'm putting a little extra power out here. But that might be enough for people to realize there's something fishy going on. Let's get 21 out of that one. 21 out of that one. Let's put them in this one right here. Okay, and we also don't have any storage, which is bad. And I don't think we can make any storage, really. So, yeah, this whole thing is actually going to get torn down probably right now. Because this isn't big enough. The inside of this isn't big enough for me to put a chem bench, and I need a chem bench in order to let's see, what do we got? Let's go ahead and turn this back on. So we have just under 75 power. You got relatives all over the age brackets, don't you, Wyatt? So what I really need now is I need a bigger chem. So how much power do these take? Because I have to have the medium chem to make... Oh, and they cost $350. Goodness. Okay, so I definitely have to have a much bigger underground. So let's go back down here. Let's demolish everything. And let's go for the other possible option here. Does this fit? Okay. So a medium refinery will fit in a 1 size, which is pretty important to know. Okay. So there's another spot right over here that I was thinking about using. And I wasn't actually gonna use it, because I thought maybe it wasn't gonna be the right size. But I think I need the bigger underside. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna try building it right here and build it all the way around this. Now this isn't very square, so this may be a little difficult. But let's see, because we want it to be fairly square, right? We want it to look like somebody is just building like a regular old base that they just want to be able to hide in when people attack them. So how squared off is that there? I think that's probably pretty good. Now there is a spot that's slightly higher here. I think this might be too high. I think if we put it right here, we won't be able to put it. Ooh, we can. We can. Nice. Okay. Darn. Okay, so if we do it like that, and then we put our ceilings, so we're actually about to run into two problems. Problem number one is that the pentashield isn't going to cover this area unless we go out with ceilings over this area. So we've got a ceiling here and ceiling here to make it a square. Now that does make it a square, so actually I don't think there's a problem at all. I think we're good. I think that'll actually work pretty great. I'm going to cover the whole thing up. I'm going to build the walls. And I'm going to get this whole thing looking like it's supposed to, and then I'll go down underneath and try and fix. So all this stuff we're doing this week is really just in preparation for hopefully a bigger week next time. You know, we can get out here a little earlier, find a similar rock formation, because I have seen this same rock formation before. So we'll find something similar. We'll make a big old box just like this. There's no need to be fancy with it. It just needs to look like a safe haven that I've built to protect myself from attackers. And then nobody will know that down underneath all the refining is happening. I'll also probably start putting 2 pentashields. We'll put a pentashield on the front and a pentashield on top, because I want to be able to drive the buggy in and out. Actually, maybe not. Because if I put it to where I can drive the buggy in and out, then it'll obviously look like somewhere that a buggy goes. And if a buggy can go here, then there might be storage, there might be all kinds of stuff. Because the way it looks now, you can't tell that there's even a space underneath here, right? It looks like it's just sitting flat on top of a rock. So there's no indicators really that there might be a void underneath here. So when you look at it from the top, the reason I'm putting a pentashield across the whole upper part of it is because I just want it to look empty. I want people to be able to see, like, oh, okay. Especially as common as it is for people to just make, you know, safety bases like this, where they can just come land so they don't get killed. Having a base that's set up like that just doesn't draw any negative attention, really. Nobody notices. It just looks like it's sitting on top of a rock. There's no way to see inside. There's no way to see under. You can't see any big gaps or anything. I guess right here. So there's actually a gap here. And that gap actually probably means that somebody could get in there. I'll cover it up, obviously, from the inside. And so hopefully that'll be good enough to keep people from thinking too much about coming in here. Let's get some scrap. Let's go ahead and build ourselves some scrap jennies. 1, 2. And then we're gonna go ahead and refuel generators. And then we'll get out a little bit of steel, a little bit of that. And then we make a big old pentashield. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. All right, so you can't actually put stuff on the ground without putting foundations down. You can just place structures straight on the ground, but the ground has to be incredibly flat. And I don't think that this is flat enough for that. But all of the stuff that I want to make should fit down inside of here, right? I think I more than have enough space for the refineries, for everything. We always want to make sure we keep that built, because you never know when somebody could fly overhead. We're going to be taking a risk every time we come out, so we won't be able to see outside. So we're going to be taking a little bit of a risk of exposing the game here. But I think that people fly over infrequently enough. We should mostly be okay. And I mean, if somebody happens across and realizes what's going on and they come and raid us, that's kind of part of the game. And it'll honestly kind of be cool. They'll get a really good story out of it. Just looking for some freaking granite right now. There's like no granite out here this deep. I have to fly way back. Okay, well, we'll deal with that a little later. We have most of what we want to build most of what we need down here. Best foods, top 5, go. Anything rolled up in a tortilla. You already know. There's no question, Wyatt. 100%. I like stuff rolled up in tortillas. Whoops. I'm an idiot. Let's get... that can go in there. Let's get all that out. Let's get those out. I mean, surely dessert would have to be counted in that, right? All right, let's rock down some storages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh, banana pudding is a pretty delicious food. I think I tend to be a little overzealous with I think I get a little overzealous with the love of tortillas. And so I forget that there are other types of delicious food. I saw that little rock over there. I thought it was a person. Chicken pie, chicken pie, chicken pie pie. Chicken pie pie is pretty tasty. Pretty doggone tasty. I mean, bacon is delicious. But if you took bacon and you wrapped it in a tortilla with some cheese, it'd be even better. And that's kind of where I'm at, right? Like, all the foods you're mentioning are great. But fajitas already have tortillas. That will not calm down. Perfect meal: brisket sandwich, mac and cheese, baked potatoes, side salad, and banana pudding. But like, so imagine that brisket sandwich but instead of a sandwich, it was rolled up in a corn tortilla. And you were having brisket tacos. I don't see any problems with that at all. It sounds so good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. All right, so there's my 16 cisterns. You know what I should check? I should check if I can just click the move button on this. Can you move? Okay, you can't even move a ceiling. Okay. Brisket tacos are a snack. You be making your tacos wrong if you can't get a whole ass taco meal. And besides, you can always just have some more. There's not like a limit. It's not like a meal can only be 2 tacos. You could have 100 brisket tacos. The point is about the composition of the bread flavors of either a flour or a corn tortilla versus the overwhelming quantity of bread you get when you make a sandwich with something like sourdough or something like that. Right? It's too much. It's too grainy. I want more flavor. I want more brisket per bite there. You know what I mean? A carrot wrapped in a ton of breadcrumbs. I could get behind a carrot wrapped in some breadcrumbs. I don't know if that would be anywhere even in my top 10, but it'd probably be acceptable as a snack. You want crazy fruit, fried chicken where the breading is Dorito cut. Ooh, that would take some. So one of my favorite things is to crunch up chips inside of things. Right? I don't really just eat chips. If I'm gonna have chips with my tortillas or with my tacos, I always just like crumble them up inside. Or like if I'm having some rice, I might crumble up some chips inside of my rice just to have a little crunch or something. I'm all about that shit though. Oh yeah. Okay, so I need 350 plus a little bit, so I need one more of these. I don't quite have enough space, it doesn't look like, to put it down. And to put chips on my sandwiches, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love sandwiches too. I just prefer tortillas to sandwich meat. That's really the only difference here. No, I've never had moose. I've had deer and elk, but I've never had moose. All right. So we're almost done here. We're gonna have to go back. Actually, I need to go. Need to go deposit my waters here. Let's get out some jugs. All right. Let's deposit my 90K water. We're going to go get some more granite. We're going to get everything we need to make a chem bench. And we're going to get some more... some more fuel cells. And then we should be able to get this thing totally powered up here. And then I should be able to just fly around gathering up the resources I need, bringing them back here and getting them running. What I'll probably do is I'll probably gather in the middle of the night, because there's a lot less activity going on out here at night. And then, I do need some storages as well. Yeah, I don't have any storages. So we're going to need some of that action. But I'll probably gather in the middle of the night. And that'll just give me way more plastanium. Just way better access to resources. I guess the other thing I want to check real quick is... if I demolish these, and then I go back to build, can I just control lower this? No. Alt lower it? No. Okay. So we'll finish building that up. The last thing I kind of want to be able to do is get one of those medium refineries, one of those medium spice refineries out here. I don't think that's ever going to be a thing, though. No, I've never had rabbit either, actually. But yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to be able to get a refinery in here. Maybe one of the small ones, but I don't think that's going to be valuable enough. So I may just have to keep making the trips back and forth to the home base for refining spice. But I think this is a good solution to refining stanium, because there's a lot of titanium out here. So I will need some storages. Let's see. Probably need about 10 storages. And now that we have all this stuff out here, and it seems like everything that I've brought out here so far would fit in one assault ornithopter trip. And that's kind of a big part of it, is I don't want to have to come out with more than one assault ornithopter to make this base. So if I can keep everything down to where it's less than 1,000 weight to get everything out here, then I can just put everything that I pull out of here in a single storage. And then that storage can be set on a totally different circuit. And then I can just pull everything out of that storage, dump it into an assault every week, and bring it back. So, very, very excited about being able to do this, and then just being able to stay out here. Because extracting every time I'm full in my inventory is extremely inefficient, right? Because you can carry so much more plastanium than you can titanium ore. Let's pull all this stuff out. Let's put all these back. Actually, that's not really necessary. Okay. So we need some more granite. We need some more Refineries and stuff don't make noise. Every now and then when they start and stop, they do. But for the most part, they're totally quiet, which is awesome. And another great safety feature of this base. This is where all the titanium is right here. I definitely think that I can make that gap in a buggy. I definitely think I can go from there to here in a buggy. So I'm definitely going to try. As soon as I get a little more plastanium, I should be good to go ahead and make myself a tier 6 buggy cut array. And we'll try bringing that out. We'll make a whole tier 5 buggy. And then we'll make a tier 6 buggy cut array. And we'll bring it out here and we'll see if we can't just massively gather up a ton of stuff. And get it all turned on. Because, I mean, if in just a day or two, right, 1 or 2 nights, if I could get enough to be running this out here for just like days. Because that's really where the issue lies, right? Most of the difficulty with making plastanium, making aluminum, is that you have to wait 30 seconds per craft. And so you can only make 180 plastanium per refinery per hour. And so that and water. And so if you run a single refinery all day making plastanium, including running the chem bench, which takes an additional 100 water to make the stravidium fibers, costs you 5.8 million water a day. So it's insanely easy to gather the 25,000 titanium ore that it takes to do an entire day worth of plastanium. And 25k ore is nothing compared to 5.8 million water and the extra power and stuff. So you're not gonna really run into any issues. Who that nerd is. You're not gonna run into any issues of not being able to keep up with the ore. Your big problem is gonna be keeping up with water and keeping up with just the amount of time it takes to refine. So we gotta pack a lot of water out there. We can get about 400k in a trip. 400k. Let's see. It takes 1,350 water to make a single plastanium ingot. So let's break out our calculator here. If we've got 400,000 divided by 1,350 equals 296 divided by 180. 1.6. So every hour and 40-ish minutes, I would need to come back out with another 400k. To keep all the plastanium going. For every hour and 40-ish minutes, well, so then let's think about how many death stills I would need. If I can make 180,000. Ugh. Water in Dune sucks a huge butt. Oh my god. Trying to get water out here is an actual nightmare. Because I honestly don't want to make trips. Um, even if I'm bringing 400K, that's still 11, 12 trips to get a full day worth. Now I can bring out enough for like 8 hours in a day fairly easily. But I really want to try and make this thing run just all the time. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. At least not and keep it hidden. So the next thing I need to learn about is what I can do as far as putting the water catchers down. So to make 180 an hour, I need a little over 200,000 water an hour, which means I would actually need 10 water catchers. Oh my goodness, hell no. There's no way. No freaking way. It's got some honey butter bread. Nice. Be better if it was a honey butter tortilla. Just saying. Well, everything's better off the campfire for sure. Tell you what though, you ever want an absolutely delicious treat? You get you a flour tortilla, just a little bit of butter melted on top, and then just a sprinkle of brown sugar. So good. I assume you could do the same thing with just a slice of bread if you wanted to be a heathen. But if you want a legitimate culinary experience, tortilla. Well, maybe you shouldn't do that. Okay. Yeah, ice cream on a tortilla is great. Absolutely. Okay, we need ourselves one of these. Demolish. Whoops. Earwax on a tortilla. See, now you're just being gross. Nobody's gonna put earwax on a food. That's insane. You're a crazy person. That should be everything I need to make one chem bench. Then we're gonna need some more of this. Definitely not 250, but we're gonna take 250 anyway. And then we need whatever it takes to make these storages, which is silicone and aluminum. Donkey on a tortilla? What about onions on a tortilla? They have layers. Ogres have layers. Onions have layers. That's all I'm saying. What about parfaits? Parfaits have layers. Everybody loves parfaits. I thought love was only true in fairy tales. And for someone else, but not for me. Love was out to get me. That's the way it seemed. Disappointment haunted all my dreams. And then I saw her face. I'm a believer. Okay. So we're really just waiting. Top 5 games. Goodness. That's a tough one. I gotta go Super Smash Bros. Melee. Because I've put a stupid number of hours in that game. Probably the game that I was the best at in my entire life. Me and my brothers and our good friend were like getting close to being able to be professional tournament tier at that game. We never went to any tournaments. We never like tried to pursue that at all. But we were fucking good. After that, I'd probably have to say Guild Wars 1 was probably the best MMO game I've ever played. Definitely had the best PvP, definitely had the best skill system. Easily the best MMO I've ever played. After that, probably the best, like, single player RPG experience I've ever had would have to be Super Mario RPG for the Super Nintendo. Definitely a fantastic game. If you exclude the PvP experience, I would say Ark Survival Evolved was probably in the top 5. I mean, I've played 6,000 hours of that game. The the cheating and the hacking and the bullshit on the PvP side of things is really, really rough. But even just playing single player in that game is so much fun. I mean, who doesn't want to tame dinosaurs and fly around on pteranodons and shit? Build bases on the back of Quetzals, fly around in the sky. That game was so good. And then I don't know about number 5. I really don't know about number 5. Are you even old enough to have played 5 whole video games? Minecraft's a good one. Alright, let's go past a level here real quick so that I can go ahead and unlock the tier 5 buggy stuff so we can start making that. Do you? Do you require backup? Roblox? I've never played Roblox. I like the concept behind it, though. That nerd. I don't even know where I was at. I might as well have been invisible. And a long pull? Mario Party. Hey, you know, Mario Party's a good one. Tell you what. I will fucking dominate anyone at some Leaf Leap. I'm gonna die to these nerds. Bomberman. Yo, I haven't even thought of Bomberman in a long time. What an absolutely ridiculous game. Good time, but utterly ridiculous. Alright, we'll make a Mark V everything for the buggy. Except for the cut array. Tell you what, you want to rage really hard. There's a Super Mario time travel game. Fuck. I don't even remember what it's called anymore, but we rented it when I was a little kid. And we didn't even beat the first level. First game ever played Super Mario on the NES. Yeah, for Christmas, was hooked. Original Final Fantasy, Zelda, Final Fantasy 7 and 8. So we didn't play the really old Final Fantasies. And we never owned any of the PlayStation consoles, so we didn't play any of the Final Fantasies after that. Like, the first Final Fantasy I ever played was 11. I got it for my laptop. My first job when I was 15. My first, like, $1,300 that I ever made, I bought a laptop. And that was Final Fantasy 11 was like the first game I bought for it. Yeah, we were just always a big Nintendo household. I've had basically every Nintendo console ever. And I've played pretty much every Mario game that's ever existed to completion, and Zelda game. Except for some of the newer ones. I think the last Zelda game I beat was the Twilight Princess. I don't remember if Twilight Princess or the really cartoony one where the winds one. Played that one too. But I haven't played either of the new ones. Part 1 and Part 2. Well, that's not true. I guess I have played the first part of the new one. I never beat it though. I couldn't stand the fact that my weapons kept breaking. It's not very Zelda-like. It annoyed me. Okay. Ooh, these take diamondine dust. No way. Oh, dang. Nice. Let's see. We need 1, 2, 3, 4 of these. We need a Mark V engine. We need a Mark V PSU. We need a Mark V chassis and a Mark V hull. And I have a better than Mark V storage, but let's go ahead and just make a Mark V storage. Oh, I don't have a Mark V storage. I don't have it unlocked. Okay, well, I'm going to steal my good storage from that other one. Oh, yeah. No, I understand, Lycan. My gaming career goes almost hand in hand with yours. We're probably almost the same age. Because I'm 38. And my first game was my first system was the NES. We got the original Mario and Duck Hunt were like the first 2 games I ever played. Yeah. Yeah, so we're pretty close. Street Fighter 2 Turbo on the SNES. Played a shiznit load of Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Been a summer mowing grass for the entire neighborhood to get the Super NES. Nice. I never had to do anything entrepreneurial to be able to get my consoles and stuff because I grew up on a farm. So my parents always bought us our consoles, and then because we never got like an allowance or anything really, just if we ever needed stuff, like if we needed lunch or whatever, our parents just gave us money, and we didn't, use our allowances or anything like that. Or if there was a console or video game, we would just ask them instead of saving up an allowance. But then we had tons of chores on the property. I mean, they got taken away from us more than once for not doing chores when we were supposed to and instead playing video games. More than once. My parents weren't exactly fans either, but they let us have them anyway. Alright, getting a buggy done here. I'm gonna go down and take the boot off of the other buggy real quick. And then we'll go ahead and attach this other one. Just realized because of how many pieces this is, I may always have to take 2 trips. That takes up 10 slots right there. I guess as long as I don't start off bringing a bunch of water, I can just keep all these pieces in my inventory and keep those slots open, but the biggest deal now is I do want a a storage facility or two. So let's see what we have in the way of stuff for storage. So I can make 2 of these storages, which would give me 4 that I could take over. So 90, 16 silicon. 90 aluminum, 16 silicon. Okay. So that is... I think I got one last thing I want to do here. I want to go ahead and get a couple of fuel cells. Basically fill my inventory with fuel cells. Should be pretty quick. I think I'm only going to need to find like 1 fuel cell node. Do I know where one is already? Is there one on my map? Way the fuck over there? Where the fuck down here? We'll start driving this way and see if maybe we find one before we get there. Oh, that's a wall. Your cat is typing nonsense on your keyboard again. Merle, you nerd, stop typing weird shit. Cranberries with sugar and honey. You know, I've never been a fan of cranberries. Just a little too tart for me. Just a little too tart for me. Okay, game. Come on now. Alright, that'll be good enough for now. Just need to get those things turned on and going. Can always come back and bring more fuel cells. Oh, I actually need to take all those buggy pieces out of that buggy. I don't actually have the tier 6 cut array yet, because I need more melange. I think, or is it plastanium? No, I need more plastanium, that's right. Then I'll bring the buggy out there. Then we'll really get crazy. Tomorrow's gonna be a big gathering day. Okay, I think that as soon as we fill up these water bottles again, that is everything I want to bring out there. At least right for this moment. So let's fill up the water bottles. And then we will take ourselves another trip. We'll finish setting this bad boy up. And then we will start working towards using it. No thank you. All I'm gonna say is I'm handsome. Yeah, that's definitely something that I need to be guessing about a literal child. Is whether or not you're handsome. Thank you so much for trying to set me up to ruin my life. My brother got hurt. Who would I call first? The hospital? He's in the hospital? Well, then it probably wasn't my brother who called me, who told me he was hurt. Because I would definitely not be my brother's first contact in the event of emergency. Because I don't have a car, so I'm pretty much useless. So if something happened to my brother, and for some reason they were in the hospital and somebody called to let me know, then everybody else probably already knows. So there wouldn't be anybody to call. And whoever was calling me would probably be on their way to pick me up so that I could go to the hospital with him. So we can make sure he was okay. I don't really like thinking about my brothers being in the hospital, though. It makes me sad. Top 5 streamers. I don't really watch streams. And I don't really like most of the popular streamers. Because inevitably, if you spend enough time with a camera and a microphone in your face, you're gonna say something super out of pocket. And that's kind of what's happened with everyone, right? And so while there are people who, for the most part, I enjoy and am entertained by, I don't think I've ever met a person who didn't hold some core belief that I think makes them an absolute fucking moron. And so the more I watch and the more I hear about, popular streamers or, top tier streamers, the more likely it is that I think that person's an idiot. Because of whatever that core belief is. So yeah, I don't really consume content, at least not streamer content. If I'm watching YouTube and stuff like that, either I'm watching political stuff, like news stuff and politics and shit like that, or I'm watching just the most brain dead sludge that you could possibly find on the internet, just for the sheer stupid entertainment value of it. Like, I'm a pretty big fan of that YouTuber Call Me Chris, but her videos, like, I mean, her skits are good, and she's talented, but there's no value really in most of the things that she puts out, right? Her shorts are hilarious, but they're not important. They don't have any sort of like moral, they don't have like a moral to their story. They're just funny, right? And that's all they're supposed to be. And so I like watching her stuff. I like, whenever Lauren Jumps comes on my feed, I like to watch her because her jump roping routines are really cool. I like, I don't know his name. The dude that's always talking about the secrets. He's the He's the president of the Fast Food Secrets Club. He's always talking about all those secrets and stuff. And those are, he's always like, get a little closer. No, that's too close. Step back. And he's doing the little shorts in his mirror and stuff. I think he's hilarious. But again, none of those things have like any value. I guess I shouldn't call them brain dead sludge because the scripts are really clever and they do a good job of making good jokes. And I'm sure there's a lot of effort that goes into that. But they don't make you think, right? They're not engaging your brain on a logic, thought-provoking level. They're engaging your brain on a that's funny kind of a level, and I like that. Sometimes I just like to turn my brain off and giggle, But I don't really watch streamers. It's too difficult, I think, when you're streaming. Like, I don't necessarily want to interact with people, so I think if you're gonna watch a stream, then likely you want to do something like this, right? You want to ask a question and have it answered in the moment. You want to be able to sort of have a conversation with that person, or have a conversation with the other people who are also watching the stream in the chat, so that there's some sort of like shared experience there, and there's an active conversation going on. And the stream is just sort of the background to that. And so I don't personally really want to go interact with people in that way. I don't care to interact with streamers or ask them questions, and I don't necessarily care to interact with other members of the chat. I'd rather just watch like a YouTube video and gain the information that I'm trying to gain without all that extraneous interaction. I'm not really a social person. And so streaming just isn't really my kind of content. Okay, that's probably enough of that stuff. Blocked by another object. Probably this thing. Perfect. Okay, so let's move this over here. Let's make ourselves some storage boxes over here. This is where I'm probably going to drop down in here from now on. And then we'll come in here. Put all that stuff in there. Go to the assault ornithopter. Put all this stuff in here. I forgot my complex machinery. Because I'm so freaking stupid. Now I'm hella mad. Your concoction? What's your concoction? Grape juice, water, orange bubbly, and magnesium. Nice. I also take magnesium every day. You definitely want to follow in your mom's footsteps on that one. It is much better to be healthy. What's up, Daima? How are you? You're just in time. The deep desert base is coming together. There is now a hidden refining station underneath what looks like nothing. Dude, that material grind is real. That's why I came out here. I got this here now. And underneath it looks like it's just somewhere where I can park my assault orney. But then go over here and you demolish this. Go back. And there's a whole little base under here, and nobody even knows, because it's built on top of a hole. So from the outside, it looks like you're just built on top of a little rock plateau thing. But then, from the inside, there's a base. And nobody will ever know. No, unfortunately, no spice refineries. They're all too big, so I'd have to find a deeper hole. Yeah, but everybody watching doesn't know what server I'm on. But yeah, if you look at it from the outside, there's one little spot right over here where I had to make it further down to cover up. There's a hole right here. So you can sort of notice, but otherwise, if you see it from anywhere, it just looks like it was built on top of a rock. But I don't think that anybody will get the idea that there's something underneath there. I think... Oh, I don't want to take this ornithopter. I want to take my faster one. Did you ever do that quest you have tracked on the other character? No. Quest that I have tracked on the other character. I haven't played the other character. I have completely abandoned that other character. Yeah, no, I definitely haven't done the sign from above. Oh, is it? That's super stalkery. Interesting. I will be excited to go do that. Eventually, maybe. I don't know, Lycan. There's still a lot of concurrent players on WoW. Rad suit and a cutter. Awesome. Important safety tip, Egon. I still never played WoW. I played a little bit of WoW with my dad because he started playing it. And I made it to like level 10. And I was like, okay, I'm done. Yeah, I mean, it's the same with any sort of guild system. Like, and it's so difficult to do the really high-end content. Well, yeah, that's because you're less than a third of my age, Wyatt. I don't even remember being as old as you are now. It was so fucking long ago. Yeah, Wyatt's extremely young. I mean, I'm 38, so. But yeah, exactly. It's easy to feel young when literally everyone in the entire world is older than you. Yeah, exactly. I would only want to go back to being 11 if I got to be as smart as I am now. There's too much cool shit between 11 and 38, Wyatt. You don't want to switch with one of us old motherfuckers. Let's face it, 18 to 25 is like peak life. Since I don't have a face cam, there's a smiley face. Yeah, it's new. I've had it up there for, I don't know, 3 or 4 days now. It's been up there for like 3 or 4 days. Eventually, it's going to be tied to keywords. And whenever y'all say stuff in chat, it's going to change. So if somebody says something that, like, I feel like I need to have an angry face for, then it'll turn into an angry face. But yeah, we've got a whole ability to draw now. I can put names and shit in there. Or I can like draw things and tell people to go over here and because I'm dope like that. You know what? Nobody cares, Daima. If you had a name that I could actually spell or sound out, it didn't have a weird silent H, then maybe I'd be able to spell it right. But I don't know how to spell shit. Because they're odd parents, fairly odd parents. Flipped your lid when you were a kid, it's fairly odd parents. I'm Doug Debadome, owner of the Dimsdale Debadome. LMAO stands for laughing my ass off, Wyatt. So it's Dima, not Dima? Why you gotta make my life fucking complicated, dude? Why? I don't know, because I'm a nice person and you want to not make my life complicated? He is a pain in the ass. We're all ganging up on Dima because he's ruining my life. And because Taco gets to ruin his life whenever, because they're married. If the pronunciation of a follower's name is the most difficult thing you have to deal with on a daily basis, so you're doing a pretty good job at this life. I guess that's true. I guess when you put it in perspective like that, maybe I could calm down about it. I guess. All my shit is broken. That's true. That's okay. All my shit's overheating. All my shit's broken. I'm gonna run into a rock right now. My life is kind of in shambles. Hey, I just repaired the PSU, okay? The PSU's just old. You were also in shambles? I think that's what you get for playing too much Phasmophobia, Taco. Pretty sure that game is the reason your life is in shambles. I am dehydrating. It definitely looked like Demo was just having the best time. And I don't know who y'all's friend was, who was supposed to be taking all the video recordings. And everybody was dogpiling on him for not taking the video recordings. But they also sounded like they were having a lot of fun. I mean, just the most. I think the real reason is Dead by Daylight. Yeah, I've heard that game's a real life ruiner. In a good way sometimes, but also sometimes not. Wyatt, they're not talking about you. They're talking about the person they were playing with last night. Oh yeah, no, I definitely could hear him. Definitely could hear him smoking the joint last night, for sure. Last night, Wyatt, Dimma, and Taco were sort of streaming together with some friends of theirs, playing some Phasmophobia. And I was watching, and I was just talking shit about their game. Yeah, I've known some people like that. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'll hit a wicked rip off a bong. Just have a great day. But I can only do that a couple of times a year. I don't like the way it makes my brain feel slow most of the time. I don't like it when my brain feels slow. My drug of choice is caffeine. I'll drink them all. I don't even care. But probably Nos and Red Bull are my two favorites. I haven't had an energy drink in almost a year though. I used to drink like a couple a day when I was in the Navy. Coffee's gross. Coffee is caffeinated mud. Why would anybody drink caffeinated mud? Some rock stars are pretty good too. Yeah. No, when I was in the Navy, I was a pack a day smoker and I drank, a couple of Red Bulls a day. But I haven't had a cigarette in, I don't know, 6 years. I haven't had an energy drink in almost a year now. It only took me until I was almost 40 to kick my bad habits, but zoom. I know everybody in your life probably tells you this, Wyatt, but never start smoking. It's a horrible fucking idea, and it does literally no good. Red Bull and iced coffee. I can get behind, like I could drink the super bougie coffees, right? I'm down for like a caramel macchiato with some whipped cream and a couple extra pumps of caramel and some stuff like that. But those are no longer really coffee. That's the only way I can stand to drink it, though. Yeah, at that point, it might as well be a soda. Fruit punch tastes like Hawaiian punch to me. I mean, I'm down for some fruit punch. Well, I mean, I grew up drinking Gatorade, or not Gatorade, Kool-Aid and shit. So I'll get down on some fruit punch. Do I have a 7 brew? I wouldn't even know. I've never even heard of a 7 brew. I have no fucking clue what that is. My little brother would probably know. My little brother is barista, but not like he's a barista like flair bartenders are bartenders, right? He doesn't just work at a coffee shop slinging mud. He's like a barista. Goes to competitions for like latte art and stuff like that. So I'm sure he knows what the hell you're talking about, but I have no idea what you're talking about. An ice blondie. I mean, I will, unless I'm hanging out with my little brother and he explicitly wants to go to a coffee shop, then I will probably just never go to a coffee shop. It's not on my list of stuff that I'm gonna do. Like, I'm never gonna go to a football game. Hey, I got 200K right here. What's up? Boom. How about that? Y'all worry too much. I'm a professional, right? I don't die to not having water. Y'all making me out like I'm some sort of amateur over here. Yeah, so that was all on purpose, Dimma, because I was trying to trick the NPCs into thinking I was a noob and that I didn't know what I was doing, so they'd let their guard down so I could kill them easier. It was all part of my expert plan, because I'm a professional. I mean, y'all don't have to believe me. I'm just saying. That's the truth. If I wasn't a professional, would I have this super slick, hidden under the floor base that nobody even knows is there? They're gonna fly over it and they're gonna be like, oh, it's just a place for this person to park if they get attacked. There's nothing even here. But really, down inside, everything is here. And now I'm gonna go farm resources. Not even on the same server anymore, Taco, sorry. And then once I get enough plastanium, I'm gonna bring a buggy out here in the middle of the night and just go ham. That's true, and if you actually scroll back to the very, very beginning of this stream today, I had turned off my my streamer mode last night so I could see what grid I was in. I actually left it on at the beginning of this stream. So you could totally figure out what server I'm on and what siege I'm in. If you really wanted to. But it doesn't matter. Then you'd have to spend days leveling up to come out here and find it. This whole cycle would be over by the time you got out here. And then I would laugh at your foolishness. Poor fool, he makes me laugh. Ah. Hey, what's up, Charles? Charles in charge of our days and our nights. Charles in charge. Charles in charge of our wrongs and our rights. Oh yeah? It was pretty sloppy. I was just yapping. Just yapping at the screen. Should probably ever start trying to be professional at all about the videos that I make. But I hate, and I mean hate, editing video. Of course. Yeah, I super fucked up by trying to jump straight to duraluminum. It set me back like days because I just could not get enough calibrated servos. I mean, it was awful. I was not having fun. I still don't have enough calibrated servos. I'm still struggling. And I've been playing this character for like 12 days now. It is also titanium. Already started unlocking tier 6 stuff, but all the stuff I've built is still tier 4 aluminum below. Yeah. I mean, you just, if you're not to a point where you need the extra slots, then there's just no value in making that higher tier stuff. It takes longer. It costs way more water. One of the big things, and honestly, I didn't bring up this point, but the water cost of trying to make duraluminum instead of just using the steel tier stuff means that you have to have such an insane amount of water available. And if you're staying at the steel tier, you need like 75 water per steel ingot. And at the duraluminum tier, you need 700 water per duraluminum ingot. Like, that alone is just enough. You go through 600k every 2 to 3 days. Yeah, see, I go through like 1 million water a day. But that's because I'm trying to make everything duraluminum. And so it's 200 water per aluminum ingot and 500 more water per duraluminum ingot. So 1 million water is only like 1,000 duraluminum ingots. But 1 million water is like 10,000 steel ingots. And the only real value that you get out of using duraluminum instead of steel is that it takes up one less production facility slot. And if you're not maxed out, kind of regretting building the omnidirectional wind turbines and getting rid of my fuel generators. Yeah, so you don't have to regret that though, Charles. You can just destroy the omnidirectionals and just make more fuel generators and then use those steel ingots to make some wind traps or something like that that are also going to use those calibrated servos and stuff to bump up your water production. Because the thing about the wind traps and the wind turbines is that they both use calibrated servos. And that was the huge sticking point for me, was I was trying to run the directional wind turbines and these large wind traps. So I was needing 70 calibrated servos for these. And then I was needing another fucking 50 for these. And that was just killing me. So you can easily just nuke all of your omnidirectionals, right? You're going to get 20 calibrated servos and 45 steel ingots and 65 cobalt from each of those. And then you can bump your water up huge, because that's almost one of these whole things, right? You get the same number of calibrated servos, you get double silicone, and you get 90 steel. I think that wind traps are, I guess depending on how many people you are, you can't really make enough wind traps for a whole guild. But if you're just a solo person or even like a duo like me, then I think wind traps are the way to go, and just let that passive water roll in. I think you get more than enough. Pretty much just solo. My wife is a slacker, right? What a slacker. Freaking wives, man. They act like there's more to life than video games. I just can't be having that. Sorry, what time is it? It is 6 in the afternoon. 6 p.m. for me, Wyatt. Sorry about that. Yeah, right. Right, Wyatt. I'm sure. I'm sure that's why you're single. Sure, it has nothing to do with the fact that you're 11. Looking around right now to build my own base. I'm realizing that the base my wife is making can't give the space needed for the production facilities. Yeah, the production facilities are huge. Especially when you start getting into like the large refineries and stuff. Massive. There is not nearly enough stravidium out here. What are people doing taking all my stravidium? I think we gotta go over this way to find the good nodes. Yeah, they're fucking huge. I can't wait to build some. Can't freaking wait. Save me 10 seconds per aluminum ingot. What's up, you freaking nerd? I don't think that guy realizes this is my deep desert. Yes, like parentheses big, Wyatt. Sadly, our service seems pretty dead as well, so I can't even find a guild. Guilds are overrated. Guilds are overrated. Oh my god, look at all these people. What is all this? What are you nerds doing? Better not shoot me. Not afraid of you, nerd. I spear you. You. Silly nerds. I walk a lonely road, the only one that I have ever known. Don't know where it goes, but it's only me and I walk alone. Bow now, bow now, bow now, bow now. I walk this empty street on the boulevard of broken dreams, where the city sleeps. I'm the only one and I walk alone. My server is not dead. There be way too many people out here. During prime time, you can't get any resources in the deep desert. Shit is picked clean. That whole spot over there where those four or five ornithopters were at, that whole spot is Stravidium. And there's just no Stravidium over there. Oh, found a Stravidium. Especially now that they only come back every freaking 45 minutes instead of every half hour. Never actually gone into deep desert, mostly because I don't want to take the only orny out there. So you can protect your ornithopter pretty well. People can still kind of destroy it. I think if they destroy the chassis, then the whole thing is just totally destroyed and you can't get it back. I'm not 100% on that though. But the big thing is just if you're gonna die when you're in the deep desert, die on top of rocks. Because that's the only chance you have really to try and save your vehicle at all. But with the new changes, honestly, even a Mark IV ornithopter can outrun a Mark VI ornithopter with rockets. So as long as you learn the infinite flying, or the infinite gliding mechanic, then you should be good. This dude's just like standing out here in the open. Not a fuck to give, huh? Gives no fucks. My server is way too friendly.
Wyatt Harriet 123 says Charles walks a lonely road down the only road he's ever down this empty street. It's only me and I walk alone. Da 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 dun dun the adsus you see a greater than casp gc barba dugda.
Well, that was almost a song, and then it wasn't. I mean, if you're just gonna type random ass letters, you're gonna get random ass stuff out in return. Random in, random out, dude. Yeah, I think my server needs more griefers so less people will come out here and gather resources. I think that's what I need. These people be in my way. Should go for a 59-hour stream? No. Why are you trying to make me have a heart attack, Wyatt? If I stayed up for 59 hours straight, I would have a heart attack. Just thinking about that makes me tired. On the 20th, we're probably going to try and do a 24-hour stream. Because on the 20th is my 1-year started streaming anniversary. Not my affiliate anniversary on Twitch, but just the first day I ever streamed on YouTube was the 20th of July last year. So we will probably do a big old 24-hour stream, and we'll turn on the 35% discount on gifted subs and stuff, and rock and roll for 20 hours. Heart attacks are not overrated. Of course, I guess my grandfather survived 2 heart attacks until the third one finally killed him. So probably I would survive at least the first one, right? Good genetics. I don't know if he ever smoked. He didn't smoke throughout my entire life. But I don't know if he smoked before I was born at all. I think he did. In the, 16 or 17 years I knew him, he didn't smoke. Maybe 5,668, give or take. I don't think that's how that works. I don't think anybody's ever survived 5,000 heart attacks. Like, ever. Okay, this is really boring. Where's the resources at, dude? Yeah, no, that was it. I was concerned about the one extra one. Rawr! I'm gonna chase you. Rawr! I'm gonna chase you. I was trying to do a backflip. It didn't really work very well. And chase this dude upside down. Yep, I think they got away. That was sad. Most heart attacks survived in a lifetime is 34, according to the Guinness Book of World Records. The record holder, Justin Falloon, who has also had a quintuple bypass and 35 stents, according to the American Heart Association. Okay, well that's excessive. Also, what a weird bit of knowledge that I now have. Could have gone my whole life without knowing that somebody survived 34 heart attacks. Now that is just information that I know. The fact that that's information that's even available in the world is kind of insane. Like, we're able to catalog so much information about our society that we just know that the person who survived the most heart attacks survived 34. That's kind of a silly thing for a society to know about. Possible good does that information do us? Fucking Reddit, dude. Oh shit, there's a buggy. What's up, buggy dude? Yoink. You're not gonna be the only buggy dude out here in a little while. I'm gonna bring my buggy out here tonight. Oh shit. He called reinforcements? You're going to do something else. I kind of want to dive bomb this guy's thing and knock it off the side of the cliff. Roar! Roar! This is what boredom does to you. Oh, there's another one. Roar! Buzz the tower. If I had missiles, I'd totally fight them. Ain't got no missiles. One of these days soon, though, we're gonna come out here with missile copters and just be fucking people up. Think your cat's typing on your mouse again, or on your keyboard again. Let me up. Oh my gosh, I don't even have 1,000 Stravidium yet. This is the worst. Like, the worst. Who is Oxybush? Oxybush is a person who came in the other day to say what's up and dropped a couple of gifted subs so they could get the Dune skin that goes with the gifted subs on Twitch. It's the only time I've seen them in the chat. They did follow, so I was kind of hoping that maybe we would see them a little more often. But I haven't seen them since then. It's been not yesterday, but the day before when they came in. Honestly, of all the different ways you could distribute cosmetics in a video game, I'm surprised that that's the first time I've ever seen anybody do it through the gifted subsystem on Twitch. Bonk. Got your nose. Doom. 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 Are you shooting at me? Nerd. Whee! Oh, they're all shooting at me. Whee! Well, that's entertaining.
Dimmer says you need fuel.
Oh, shit, that's funny. Nerds. What a bunch of silly geese. What did they think was gonna happen? You lose 10% of your maximum speed when you have an assault ornithopter with missiles. I was going north. I did not realize I was going north. I definitely thought I was heading south. I've like ended up all the way back over by my base. What the hell? How did that happen? The Bene Gesserit quest line, how do I place a Solido decoy as a distraction? You just place it somewhere inside of the POI. I placed it kind of at the entrance to the POI, so maybe that's what you have to do. Oh shiznit, somebody is a big ol' assault orny. The Solido decoy is one of the skills. And I'm pretty sure it's a Mentat skill, not a Bene Gesserit skill. So that might be why you're having problems finding it. Oh, sorry, I missed it. What's up, Walker? How are you? Are you also one of Wyatt's friends? And yeah, the quest chain weapons I think are all pretty good. Lycan. I don't know any of the ones other than the one for the Mentat, because that's the only chain that I've completed as of yet. But I'm sure that they're all very powerful. Something just to give you a boost, because the power difference from the deep desert or from the duraluminum versions of the testing stations to the four-person balanced the four-person balanced testing stations of the deep desert, like the power goes nuts. And so you absolutely have to, I think, have beat at least one of those quest lines and have one of those weapons to really make it in those areas. I might have to turn around and go back to the main area soon. I really want to beat the rest of the quest lines. And I probably should focus on that a little more. But I just enjoy being out here in the deep desert. And I enjoy pushing, and gathering plastanium and stuff. I'm a big gatherer. I like gathering stuff. I don't really care too much about the quests or anything like that. So I do need to beat them all so that I can get all the stuff. That's a lot of emojis. I don't really know what those emojis mean, but it's a lot. About 20 minutes or so, I would say, from finishing the planetologist. I'll let you know what... Oh, yeah, nice. I really need to do the planetologist stuff. Those are so valuable, especially for somebody like me who wants to gather a lot. The fact that I haven't done those yet is honestly kind of a travesty. Dravidium. More stamina to climb rocks is great. Less fuel consumption on your ornithopter is great. More gathering with your freaking buggy is great. I mean, the planetologist is so good. The last two are Craigasm. That's so dumb. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck a Craigasm is supposed to be. Sounds like some shit a millennial would say, though. Millennials are the era of joygasms and all that other dumb shit. Alright, let's tear this bad boy down. think the only thing I actually care about keeping out of this is this stuff from the cobalt paste and the calibrated servos. And then I could just go ahead and demolish this. Now I got my sub fiefs back. Yeah, I don't know, it's too small. I can't really see it that well. Not that I care. Silly people make silly emojis. Should put music in the back? Porque why? So I like the idea of having music in the background. The biggest issue I see with it is that historically, music publishers are extraordinarily litigious. And have a habit of copyright striking channels for even short amounts of their music being played in VODs and stuff like that. So it doesn't normally matter so much live, I don't think. But when you have like a recording, like all of my stuff is saved on YouTube and stays there permanently, I would just get copyright striked like all the time. I mean, there is music like that in the background. It's the game music. Can you not hear it? I can hear it. I could readjust some volume so that it was louder specifically. I'm gonna die to dehydration. I was talking all that shit too. Yeah, it is a little over and over again. But if I were to go and like try and find royalty free music that I could play, because even if it doesn't have any words in it, right? Even if it's just a music, an instrumental, that somebody still owns the copyright to that, right? So there wouldn't be, and there is royalty free music out there. The problem is that it gets struck a lot. It gets copyright struck by other channels because you use the same music that they used, or there's just a ton of stuff that can go wrong with music specifically when you add it in to streaming. I've seen it a bunch of times, and it's all over the Reddit and stuff, like careful what music you use. Don't use this site that says it's royalty free. I got copyright striked. Just stuff like that happens a lot, and I don't want to have to deal with that stuff. I am not interested in fighting some stupid legal battle to try and keep one of my videos up and not have to let somebody else, take all the monetization or something. I don't want to deal with Twitch trying to give me a one-day ban so I can't stream. I think it's just simpler if I just don't do it. I mean, I don't even actually know exactly how it works, Dimma. That's how little I want to deal with it. The last thing I want is some uppity nerd. Well, but then the VODs can't get any views. And my VODs don't get a ton of views. But back when I was getting my most viewership on the channel, my VODs were getting, a couple hundred views after they had already been put up. Yes, Taco. I see. We are trying desperately to get back to my base. Boop. There's a person above me. I'm afraid of going down here. No. No. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Well, I guess I do die to dehydration. I guess I'm not as elite of a Dune player as I thought I was. Apparently, I'm still just a newbie amateur, Taco. Just a newbie amateur. Alack and alas. Whatever will I do with myself? Porque why? Hey, we back. We living. It's fine. Gonna demolish this. And then go in here. And then build it? Nope, because the thing's in the way. Stupid thing. Don't you dare clip that, Dimma. Don't you friggin' dare. I'll fight you. Okay, y'all have to go on the screen. Actually, that puts us right at the 6-hour mark. So we probably will just go ahead and call the stream there. Because I'm liking the 6-hour streams. Gives me time to do some other stuff. But, is it because you clipped it? No. No, we've been having like right at 6-hour streams for the last 3 or 4 days. And I've actually been enjoying the 6-hour streams. Because I feel like I've got a lot more of my afternoon. And so I take a break and I relax for a little while. And then there's quite a big chunk of time left. So I've been working on, putting out more videos on YouTube and getting more stuff prepped for the next day and stuff like that for the streams in the game, gathering up some more materials, and just in general having more free time. So I'm enjoying that. So I think we're going to keep kind of doing the 6 hours because I think that's just a good amount of time to stream. But yeah, so thanks everybody for coming out. It was really active chat today. It felt like it did kind of back in the day when we were doing Once Human and we just had so many people in the chat all the time. And that was really, really fun. And I always really enjoyed that. And I really enjoyed that today. So thank you all very much for coming out and being chatty and keeping me entertained. I appreciate it. I will be back again tomorrow at the same-ish time that I've been streaming. So I hope everybody has a good night, and I will see you all on the next one. Yeah, I'll be stopping by for sure if I see that. Okay, bye.